Hello, everybody. How are you? Okay, my mic is not picking up. Give me a quick second. Looking like it's picking up in OBS, just not in the studio. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Let me see. Microphone. Oh, there we go. I fixed it. Okay. Hello. How are you all doing tonight? Do you like my new detective hat? I'm like, oh my gosh, I match with the one and only Herlock Sholmes now. I'm like officially a detective. I know I was like, I played so much Ace Attorney. I was like, I can be a lawyer, but I'm like, now it's official. Now I'm officially a detective. I got the hat to prove it. So I hope you guys are doing well today. Ignore the fact that the game is not in here. I was playing the new Dreamlight Valley update, like, right before stream, because I just got Jack into my valley. So I wanted to do that really quickly before I started, and also I don't know why Xenoblade 3 is in here. That's not what I was playing. There we go. Oh, right, we were testing it out because we thought Gizmo killed the cart. That's what we were doing. Okay. Thank you. I needed the snood. Oh, right, I have to up the volume on that. I don't know if it's gonna go right away, but I don't know if you're gonna hear it loud. I don't know if I have to technically restart it, but at least let me do that while I remember. We get the game going, and there's gonna be an echo, so I'm gonna have to fix that. There we go. Alright, I bumped the volume up to 0.7 for those, so hopefully I'll remember to fix that, and just let me lower the volume on my end, because it's too far. I don't want an echo. Echo. Okay, I got it. I knocked over Miko. Darn it. Darn it. I'm knocking over the Legos. Okay, I gotta save him. Hold on. I'm gonna save him. Raccoon down. Alright, Raccoon down. Let me just fix the posture for 1 second. Okay. Ah! He keeps coming off his base. Hold on. Alright, we saved him. Nutlock Sholmes. How do you even do a Ace Attorney Nuzlocke? How does that work? But yeah, we're just gonna jump right back into case 4. We literally, I don't remember where we left off. We're still trying to figure out who killed McGilded after he was declared not guilty, although we're kind of suspicious that he was guilty. And let him up in the omnibus, and who else? We met Sholmes' assistant. I'm trying, her name is escaping me. Was it Iris? I can't remember. I think it was Iris, right? Okay, I'm not crazy. I was like, that's the name I remember. So we met her, and it seems like she's gonna help us out on this case. So I think that's where we left off last time. I know we didn't make a ton of progress, but it was just the start of the case, so I couldn't exactly 100% remember. But yeah, we're just gonna jump right back into it. But I hope you've been having a good day today. I hope you've been well. How's it going? Jumping right back in. I have my tea in my Stolus cup because, of course, that new Hell of a Boss music video made me cry. Okay, 19th of February, 2:38 p.m.
According to the judgment of the oratory,
we're not in court yet. It's a little early. We can't. Another one bites the dust. Well, we're not in court yet. Okay, hold on. I gotta move my soda out of the way. I got like way too many drinks in front of me. I did like a whole bunch of cleaning today, but I forgot to take off all the drinks on my desk. It looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Perfect. So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yeah, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. Oh, there he is. Okay. Hi, Shad. How are you? No. Do not worry. No, enjoy the lurk though, and enjoy your din-dins, I'm assuming. You're always in court an Ace Attorney. I mean, you know what? Can't argue that. That's kind of accurate. Kind of accurate. I guess I have to show it to him. So, present the letter, and here we go. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? And good luck in your Mario parties as well. May the superstars be ever in your favor. May the champ squares be ever in your favor. I will try, Gregsy. I will try to have, I forgot that's what she called him. She's so cute. Gosh, I wish I were that cute. I'm such a gremlin. I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give that here at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Ah, thank you, Shad. I spent so much time on the model. I'm like, I was like having like so much anxiety, and I kept changing my mind. I'm like crazy. It's good tea. Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? Thank you. What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's an appearance fee, that's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean... That's right. For the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me every time. Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course, her using my name with my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes. But still, I'm sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What'd you want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. The little knife-wielding, moustached Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there, look. On the first floor of that house, on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle propped up. That is nearby indeed. If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garadev? Right, well, if you see her again, you make sure to give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector. We will. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship. What is she, like the queen? Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yeah, so then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely. I think we can just move in. A new location has been added. Ooh, it's kind of cozy. I like the fireplace. May I help you? Yeah. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garadev? Indeed it would, sir. And who, may I ask, is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here. We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. Oh, one moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garadeb. Did you see that, Miss Susato? That was a real-life English maid. I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it? We need only to meet a butler, and the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garadib will see you now. This way. Oh man, how much hair gel you using? that hair is sharp. You want to know what it reminds me of? Have y'all ever seen the Scream 4 post? Okay, I'm gonna pull up the Scream 4 movie poster. I wanna, this is what it looks like. Hold the phone. Except just upside down. I'm just typing Scream 4. That doesn't help me. There we go. I don't know why this is what it reminds me of. But it's just like, it's just upside down in a way. Hold on, where the heck is my video thingy? Okay, because I feel like I need the visual for those who haven't seen the Scream 4 poster. This is what it reminds me of. Oh, let me just... This is what it reminds me of. Except just imagine that his hair is like, you know, high. I could just do here. I'll make it better. How do I flip this 180 degrees? There. There, it's accurate. That's exactly what his hair looks like. Why am I like this? Anyway. That's where my brain went. I can't believe we get to meet the ancestor of legendary McDonald's mascot Mac tonight. Wait. McDonald's is in ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Oh, just examine. I guess I can look around here. That uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? It's clearly been well looked after enough. That old thing. Pah! Not much better than rags, really. Oh? Wore that ceremonial garb at my retirement bash, you know. But I'm not one for dwelling on the past me. Would you gladly thrown it out? But you know how it is. Anyway, doesn't hurt to have the odd piece of memorabilia lying around, doesn't it? Oh, I see. Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. That's a full-size cannon. What's it doing in here? Oh my, it's real. I thought it might be a replica. That old thing. Bah. That's little more than a toy. No, that is not a toy. I cannot go to like a Toys R Us and find that in the aisles. Oh my gosh. I forgot the moon had a name. Oh gosh, that abomination of a late night people who go to McDonald's at like 2 a.m. playing the piano. Oh my gosh, I forgot he had a name. I just referred to him as the creepy McDonald's moon. Don't stir your tea with your pipe. Gross, right? Aren't you getting like pipe they put leaves in pipes, or I don't know how pipes work. What did Scuttle call it? A snarf black? Can't remember if that's what Scuttle called it in The Little Mermaid, but I don't know how those work. A snarf flat, that's what it's called. I couldn't remember. And like, yeah, you put tobacco leaves in it, right? So if you start stirring with your pipe in the tea, aren't you getting like all those leaves in your tea? You're gonna choke on like, ew. First of all, ew, tobacco and tea probably is like really gross, but like you're also getting like the leaves like just floating in your tea. That's how you get a choke on something. Sorry, the army was selling it off when I retired. Is it Snarf? Okay, it's Snarf Blat. See, I never understood Scuttle Foley when he called it what I remember Snarf, and I couldn't remember the second half. I'm like Snarf Flat, Snarf Blat. I like it's something close. Like I remember what it sounded like, but I couldn't remember the actual name. The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house. I mean, just like the Admiral in Mary Poppins. Does he set that off like every hour? Really? It isn't overkill? Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, boy. Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Garrideb? Always is. Take Joan here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Dries them over the barrel, you see. They dry very well on the cannon there, Joan tells me, which rather proves my point, I feel. It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. The medal? That looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased on a very grand banner. Yeah, it's displayed with some pride, I would say, although it bothers me that it's not straight. What, that old thing? Sorry? I should be glad to see the back of it, but the general would turn in his grave if I disposed of it. The wall's the best place for it. Keeps the bally thing out of my way. So it's just been polished to shine by accident, I suppose. There appears to be an inscription on the medal itself. Look. Let me see. It says, "For distinguished participation." Sounds like the kind of honor even I could be in. It's like all of us getting the participation medal in grade school. Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. Is that where it comes from, actually, Tylenos? I don't think that's where it comes from. I think you're messing with me. Oh my gosh. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals to his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles. Yes, you would. Yes, you absolutely would. That portrait of Mr. Garrideb is glaring at me, I swear. Have you noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Garrideb as well? Stop throwing snoot at me! Yeah, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well. Ah, yes. Seemed to come back from the local pawnbroker with a little trinket. I can't believe the cannon is firing snoot. Yes, you would. Seemed to come back? What do you mean? The chap who runs the place is a bally wizard. Went in to sell him something and came out with that thing. In point of fact, now I think about it, I rather often find myself leaving the place with something I don't need. The lion ornament certainly does seem surplus to requirements. Susato-san doesn't pull at her punches, or her throws for that matter, as we have experienced. Look at that enormous screen! It must have been put there deliberately, surely. Yeah, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek. Ahem. Maybe let's not, Miss Susato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Ahem. Ah, yes, good old pawnbrokers. I notice you have a pile of books here, Mr. Garrideb. Do you enjoy reading? Ever experienced a London winter, boy? The nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book. I actually do agree with that. Oh, there's a copy of Rand's magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Garrideb enjoys the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, too. The great detective has a great many followers, it would seem. Anything else that we are missing? The window? This window looks over the Briar Road, where the young woman was attacked. Oh yeah, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene. The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly. Does this thing open at all? I wonder. I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir. Sorry? As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner would go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you. It seems very unlikely that these two would have seen anything of the incident, then. Okay, I think that's everything. So it's basically similar to Bloody, but a bit less mild. It's like saying frick instead. Oh, okay, so it's like me saying frick all the time. Or curl up by the fire with your favorite fanfic. Uh-huh, true. Like your favorite multi-chaptered, this is 70-something pages long fanfic. Good day to you. John Garadib, at your service. Ooh. Your favorite Persona 5 and DDLC fanfic. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maywand, don't you know? He used to be an adventurer once, and then he took an arrow to the knee. Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. So he's a retired soldier. It's a heck of a job getting up and downstairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. You really must, take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you think so? Well, Mr. Garadib, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a folderol, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. I was gonna make the arrow to the knee, I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. Dash it, tall woman! Be careful, you're gonna scald his knee. He's gonna have some scalded thighs. Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir. Humph, you jolly nearly took the skin off my hands. I shall be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now. I think you should be pouring your own tea at this rate. Yeah, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only to please, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blightly. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Humph, could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business. Oh, but you have a copy of Rant's magazine here, so... Huh? No. Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Soseki-san's room? It's a bally nuisance is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling. About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garadib. Please do tell us. Oh yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then? I have 2 lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor room became available a week ago. Pour your own tea, man. Seems like she does this all the time. My gosh, how is he not covered in bandages and like 3rd-degree burns? Dash it all, Joan. Do be careful. Oh my goodness. I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh, why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes, oh yes indeed, there was. And she's dying to tell us. Had you noticed anything else about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes. The man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read, and what's wrong with that? My room is stuffed with books. I have books on my bookcase in the living room. Am I shady? And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. Well, on top of what we already know about him, say we didn't know anything about him, ma'am, he's probably just extreme. I would just assume you're extremely introverted. There's nothing weird about that. I am pretty you know what? You're right. I am pretty shady. I've committed some under the table deals in my day. No, I'm kidding. I promise I'm a law-abiding citizen. Please don't come for me. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. Oh yeah. He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too. Okay. I'm a night owl too, and I read a ton, and I'm like a really weird introverted, extroverted, in the middle kind of person. I guess I'm just shady. Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night, but I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. I feel a little called out. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh! I understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house. Is that correct? I need tea. Okay, good tea. That's right, yes. They're both below us, on the first floor in street level. Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example, even the times they go to bed. No, don't you distract us by burning him. That, you gotta admit, that's kind of, you're calling him shady, but it sounds like you're, like, it kind of sounds like you're stalking him, almost. That's a little creepy, you know all that. Good grief, Joan, be careful, woman! Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. It seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out the window at around that time? The window? Yes, we noticed that the window over there looked out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement, just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock dinner time in the Garadib household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. I see. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then? Such as? Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Well. Yeah? Was there something then? Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but around that's... Yep, knew it. Seems like she's I don't think she's actually... Nobody has this buttery of fingers. She does that every single time. It seems like we're poking around a lot. I don't trust her. For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing. Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. Do be more careful, woman. Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Naruholo. Oh, yes? I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I can remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really? Mr. Garadeb? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well, as I was saying, it was at that trifling Yep, see? Dang it, she's suspicious as heck. Don't dash at all. What is the matter with you, woman? Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. Joan? That's right, Mr. Garadeb. What is the matter with these two? It sounds like something happened there. Sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident. But what? I wish I knew. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Why, certainly. Just below us on the first floor. And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there, even as we speak? Yes. Told me not his name. Had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Mr. Natsume engaged Mr. Sholmes' services? That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean. Don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. Alright, onwards. She's so suspicious. She has something to do with this. Cat, cat, cat. It's a calico. I want it. Let me pet it. What? Just look at this place. Look at all these books. I'm in heaven. Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too. Oh, that was Ryunosuke. Well, invest in some... I mean, he should invest in some more bookshelves. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window. I think, yeah. Once upon a time. But for some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So, this is where Mr. Natsume lives.
According to the judgment of the
We're not in court yet. Hi, Nacho. How are you? I want to sip my tea while Denny's Cardinal. Dun, 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 dun. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Shomes anywhere. Have you? No, that's true. But according to what Mr. Garadib told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. I guess we're just gonna look. Cat. The most important thing in this room. Baby! We've got a little ribbon! Oh, somebody got big stretchies. Oh my, what an adorable little cat! Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away. Ow. At least throw a book at me, dang it. At least throw me some wings of... precisely, throw me Wings of Fire, book 14, straight at me. That's where I'm at right now. Plot twist, he's napping on the job again. Well, it's a kitty. Kitties need to nap so much so they have energy to go hunt. Hard decisions, torture Okami with snoot or watermelons. Could use a good... I mean, no snoot for me, but I could use a good watermelon. I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolor, Mike, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. That's made me feel homesick now. Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days. Ow! Oh, look! It's a beckoning cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Maneki Neko all the way from Japan with him. I hardly think that you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage? Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him. It's not doing a very good job so far, is it? You mustn't say such things. The throwback to when he napped on the ship in the ladies' wardrobe. Listen, years down the line, when he gets really wicked back pain, I'm telling you, he's gonna look back on that moment and be like, that's where it all began. I didn't say a word. Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Look at all those books stacked up here. They almost reach the ceiling. They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty. With this volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you? No, what a dreamy idea. A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again. So reading it is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. That desk seems to be wedged in a crevasse between the mountains of books on either side. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Oh yeah, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, and the date of the purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. Ooh, here we go. And getting his Barnes & Noble's loyalty card stamped while he was at it. In there? Look at all these balls of paper on the floor.
Welcome to
There are notes scrawled all over them.
Where did it go?
Where is me when I can't find my points card when I go to the store? In English, it looks like the waste paper basket's so full they've just fallen out. I think Mr. Natsume must have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you? Oh no, what about his receipt? It should have a coupon for the local Starbucks. Oh no, Nacho, I'm so sorry. Artemis is hidden for the time being. I'll give you those point backs. I meant to undo those rewards just for now because everything is so cramped. He's technically visible under the stream. Hold on. Yeah, we could take a peek at what he looks like if I can find him. He's somewhere here. Oh, dragon pet. There we go. Oh, he's underneath the tree, so he's not showing up. There he is. No, he's above. Oh, God. Artemis, go to bed. You look really tired. Oh, that was terrifying. Or deeply averse to tidying up his mess. I wouldn't like to speculate which is closer to the truth. Alright, I think that was everything. Except the window. Could you even call this a window? I think so. It was a window at the time, after all. Although all that remains is a frame around some bricks now. So really it's just a wall then, isn't it? But why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that? I'm afraid I have no idea. Perhaps Mr. Natsume painted the brick design on in a fit of whimsy. That's alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation in here makes this place feel very oppressive. It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely trying. Okay, I think that's everything now. Oh, what are our options? I mean, we have the receipt. Where do we go with the receipt? Not late Victorian era blockbuster fees. Oh, the horror. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, I was thirsty. Am I missing anything else? I'm double checking. Oh, wait, there's another side of the room. Okay, hold on, let me double check before I go check. I didn't even see that. I wasn't paying attention, admittedly. I think that's everything on this side. Oh, whoa! Sir, you picked a very quiet reading corner. You kind of scared me. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. We match! We're twinsies! There he is. Where did he appear from? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. He just got here. Perfect. Oh my gosh. More energy. Ah, you two. Good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes. We were together on the SS Buria. Yes, of course, the Buria. And let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Asogi. He died, tragically. But you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Oh. Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. This is Mr. Excuse me. Oh God, that was a really powerful sneeze. Oh no, my dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo. Hi. Yeah? Hi. You good? What are you doing? Why are you stepping in and out of the room? JT, make up your mind. I will sneeze on you.
And I'll cough on you.
Alright, well, that seems like every night. Y'all know, I was kind of hoping this guy would be a minor character. I had a feeling he wasn't going to be, only because he's very prominently in the art for the game. And Mr. Susato. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. I said hoping. True, that you did say hoping. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to the crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. Wow, you solved that about as fast as pizza being delivered to your door. I'm not sure that's a good thing. So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short of an amount of time? I'm afraid the pertinence of a new case had dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. A little? It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure titled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there is no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately, my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased. And this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehensions. How? I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. A man seen fleeing? There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So, you don't think Mr. Natsume's the culprit, then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books. I found myself quite lost in bibliophilia. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no. Oh dear. Tell me, Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garadib, a retired military man. It was the first time I ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services. And it was the first time I've ever met a maid from the great British institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary! As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garadib. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. I agree 1000%. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am as yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one. But sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see there is a window, of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax? What is that? Surely not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh man, I'm in trouble if there's a window tax. I have like really large living room windows. They're gonna come. I can't pay the window tax. Quick, hide me when the tax man comes. Oh my goodness. It's a tax on Mac operating system. Everyone, hide from the tax man. Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps, rapidly closed windows up. While the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So some 40 years ago, or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging, and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. Hello, Rob. How are you? This was an actual thing in the 19th century. Are you kidding me? That is like That is like a freaking
Salami.
violation of human rights. How do you expect people to just cover up their windows to avoid Are you serious? You not only need the fresh air, you need the freaking light. Like, I can't even. That is asinine to me. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently, Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. I mean, I know it's Victorian England, but like my brain still can't comprehend how something like that was legal. Like, are you kidding me? Why were there no riots? Are you kidding me? Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. hold on, I need tea, I'm gonna cough. No tax collector, sir, this is not a window, it's a hole created by a cannonball. No, it's a hole created by the Powerpuff Girls in the hacking movie where we get to see the girls just laser opening holes in their room. That doesn't count. You know what? Yeah, that's it. I'm just gonna say the Powerpuff Girls made holes in my... There we go, not a window. Oh my gosh. Speaking of weird tax things, Twitch Korea no longer exists. So wait, did they just cease operating? Like to there? Because I actually didn't hear about that at all. Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah yes, that was indeed my intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. I see. Nevertheless, there are 2 facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Garadeb is? Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garadeb's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Look, he probably just wants to finish up the chapter, okay? It's really weird to finish a book mid-chapter. I was gonna say, I didn't show him the the hacking receipt. Does that matter? I was like, do I show it to him? Or he's just gone back to his book? Yeah, he's gone back to his book. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick sip of tea. To be or not to be brushed off, that is the question. Let's leave Mr. Sholmes in peace, shall we? Okay, so I do have to move on. Okay. So we have the office, the road, the prison. We have Sholmes' suite. I am going to start running around. Oh, here we go. It seems that we can't meet with Mr. Natsume at the moment. Oh. He's being briefed about his appearance in court tomorrow, apparently. I see. The trial's only a day away. Alright then, let's come back later. Yes! I really hope he's not answering any more questions with inappropriate textbook answers like, yes, I do. Okay, so we gotta keep moving. I mean, I'm running out of... Oh, here we go. Ah, you pair again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there? Mr. Herlock Sholmes? Oh yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Now then, why don't you tell me what... Hi! For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch that your bally well-doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly. Ah, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave if you be so kind. Oh yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garadib is hiding something, and since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. But they're here. How am I going to be able to do that? I wanted to see what was behind there. No way. No way they're going to let me do that. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, right there. That's new. What's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes, are you jumping out a window, sir, a la Cinderella 3 style? Mr. Sholmes? You could use the door. Aha, we meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Herlock Sholmes, sir, at your service. Whatever were you doing over by the window? I'm given a watch in the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Well, keeping an eye to one's window at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. Ah, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean Mr. Sholmes? There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. I think so. There's just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Don't know if this has been brought up, but Mr. Garadib is an actual character from the original... Oh, okay. It actually hadn't been brought up yet, but I was wondering that. Mr. Garadib, though I would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is certainly not what one might call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon. The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Right behind the curtain there, right? And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out in a sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are spot on. How could you possibly? How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Oh, baby, here we go. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might the beast take? For a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garadib, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that runs rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of the beast. Long live the king. Sarabe! Darn it. Thanks. God, I have Lion King stuck in my head now. Thank you. What is this trifle, I ask you? In the end, your admirations become so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well... Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us the handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Oh! Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garridib. At Batty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion, and a simple visit to the circus will now reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Flawless deduction. I don't think that's what happened. Now, Mr. Garridib, I'm pretty sure if he had a lion in here, they both would have been lunch. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being... Oh, what was that? The pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man. I simply... But what, we must now ask ourselves, is the true cause of this pain? And we need only to follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is the pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. I do understand that pain. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances on your house. I don't think lions drink tea. Or eat potatoes. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the very answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. Are we going to say lions eat cake now? There's no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by certain noble women, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? I am pretty sure. Number 1, lions don't eat cake. Number 2, some of that probably has chocolate in it. Pretty sure that is toxic to lions. Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Was it the blue badger? It was not the blue badger. Hi, Yang. How are you? Thank you for the 58 months. How you doing, friend? Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Lions don't eat carpet, sir. Fabric is not digestible. Oh, Yang, I'm giving you all the hugs. If you ever want to talk, I'm here, but I love you. I adore you. And I hope things get better. I'ma hug you. Yeah, you can't see it, but I'm hugging. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes's great deduction of this beastly puzzle. You've just come into a really weird deduction. Look at his mouth. What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garadib. I'm afraid I didn't notice she's like Britney Spears in the Toxic music video. Just... she's just like accidentally air quoting. Like, oh no, I dropped your drink, sir. I'm so sorry. Let me get that for you. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times, too. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it again? Well, your deductions just now, do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation. It's the only explanation for the facts. But why is it just a lion? It could be like it could be a tiger. It could be heckin' a cheetah. Then they actually go meow. So anyone could mistake it for a house cat just meowing in your room. Oh my goodness gracious. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garadib and his maid would have been hurt or worse. Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I have ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Ah, my dear Susato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Oh, what a glorious notion. I mean, I've never been to Great Britain, but I do have a notion for tea. It was Deku stealing the bread. You know what? Not wrong. Deku, get out of the bread box! Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage, that's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it. Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Oh good, hold on. Tea time before I deduce. Okay. It's good tea. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has made a rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Okay, see, right there. He's looking, and what do I have on me again? I have the secondhand receipt, and I have that, okay. I just want to be sure. Also, I am sorry. I'm just hecking thirsty right now. Okay. Ow! I was drinking! Owie! Okay, how do I look around again? I forgot. Heck, how do I do this again? That keeps going back to there. Hold on. I'm trying to look where he's looking. Oops. Okay, continue the dialogue, right. Because that caught me before. Right there. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed to be the lion statue. There we go. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Garadib's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Yeah, something with a very fierce nature, but it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what was it then? We must follow Mr. Garadib's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer. Okay. Oh, wait. There's something behind it. That's better. Better shot. Oh, what's this photograph? Look at this photograph! It appears to be from Mr. Garadib's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply here.
Take that!
Behind the lion statue on the mantelpiece, almost deliberately hidden from view, is a photograph. Though I have yet to examine it in detail, I can assure you that it holds the answer. Because I'm employing an extremely advanced detection technique called jumping to conclusions, you see. That deduction was wanting in every way. Yeah, I was wanting you to hear it. I'm quite proud of it. I find myself wanting to never to have heard it. I'm quite pained by it, in fact. Oh, sorry. I'll try again. Oh, was I not supposed to... Well, what do we know with some certainty is that a destructive creature I've been working this room, Mr. Garadib inadvertently looked in the... So wait, what did I mess up there? I'm confusion. Oh, do I have to, is it like, do I have to take the photo out, maybe? Like, can I even do that? I was gonna say, blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay, the game is done with this one and makes you present a specific part of the photo. Okay, that's weird. So it's probably directly over the face. Okay, that's a little weird. Because I was like, how was I wrong? The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. You got tripped up with that one too. Yeah, I can see why you did, Tylenos. It's the fact that you have to that it's so specific when it just should be the photograph. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Garadib. And while we lament on the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Oh, Indeed. Surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching a point. Too late. The fact remains that the beast which so clearly savaged this room was your wife, Mr. Garadib. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Mad, I'm wondering, is she... Please don't tell me your wife is your maid, because that's really messed up, my guy. But me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Oh, here we go with the dress pocket. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of a Mrs. Garrideb anywhere. But it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Garrideb's wife could be. I was gonna say, is there... I have no idea. Can I check out the teapot? What a charming little teapot, and it's in pristine condition. Joan has been pouring some deliciously fragrant tea from it for Mr. Garrideb, hasn't she? Well, not so much for Mr. Garrideb, as on Mr. Garrideb, wouldn't you say? I wouldn't dream of drawing attention to it. I was gonna say, the pocket, can I... That certainly does appear to have a circus handbill poking out from her pocket. Batty's Circus, currently performing shows in a park not far from here. You don't think... Surely Mr. Garrideb didn't sell his wife to the circus? Mr. Naruhodo, how could you even think such a thing? I was only joking. Besides, I would have gone with, do you think he fed her to his pet lion? That's somehow man. That's like what I would think, but I watch a lot of horror movies. What's your excuse, Susato? Anything else around here? I want to look in the background really quick because I got a good view of a lot going on. Over by the table, maybe. Okay, nothing over there. Oh, wait. There's broken glass over there. There's stuff over there. There's a whole thing of, like, they're not letting me look at it right now. But there's a whole heck of a lot of broken glass over there. There's a pail back there. I don't know if it's hiding anything. Everyone, time to T-pose and chat. Okay, I am going to come back to that because that is, like, highly suspicious over there. What do I have on me? What the heck do I have on me? It's gotta double check.
Take that!
The circus flyer pointing out from your pocket is compelling evidence that you have a connection to the beast we seek. Evidence that cannot be ignored, even if I want to. Are you quite concentrating? You're identified exactly what I know, but I don't see anything else. Well, I do understand as, okay, there's gotta be something I'm missing. There's something in the background I'm missing. An assistant then? Alright, I'll think again. There's something I'm missing. Alright, I gotta look around better. Ah, good tea. You discovered what I did, therefore you're an idiot. Mr. Sholmes, I don't see anything else besides the tea. I'm probably missing something. Is there anything under... Oh, whoa, wait a minute. Right there. Ho-ho!
Take that!
That's alright, Tylenos, thank you! You're Your wedding... Oh my gosh, that is his wife. That is so gross. Why are you serving him? God, kick him out. Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garridib's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Garridib's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garridib herself. Oh my! Oh my word! I wouldn't say lucky. Your husband's treating you like a freaking... It's pissing me off, actually. Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmise, this is the wife, yes, my Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a bally... Oh! It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out room. He is now an Airbnb host. He's like, no, spacious room, a lot of windows, make sure I'm charging you an exorbitant cleaning fee. The key to the room is 2 blocks away. Turn the corner. You have to talk to the postman to get directions. Unique windows. Oh my god. A very solid glass. And he takes a picture of a completely different window when he posts. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the regiment. A man his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. Garridib has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garridib? Only in company, obviously. But listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please. I don't care that this is for appearances. That's not right to do that to your wife. Now, Mr. Garridib, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. There we go again. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Let's go through all that again. Almost sip. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garridib's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mrs. Garridib is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then? According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garridib's pain is tangible, though. What could that pose of his really signify? That is a good question. Let's go see. Supporting arm? Mr. Garridib certainly looks glum. According to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, that's because he's having to endure acute pain of losing something dear to him. Well, we know that he hasn't lost his wife, so that means there must be another cause for the pain he's suffering. Like, a physical pain? Oh my, look at that bright red mark. Gosh, that's quite something, and clearly made by somebody's hand. Yes, Mr. Garadib has been slapped on the face, it seems. Hard. I've never seen such a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing? Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say. Present that.
Take that!
Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being relieved by that slapped cheek. And of course, the deliverer of the impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade. Was you, Madam Joan Garadib? Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. How the blazes? How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garadib to fly into a rage. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is the pile of bills. Oh. Didn't Mr. Shom say that the bills were all for lion fodder? Yes, but now we've established that the lion never existed, which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garadib's wife. Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a thing. Yeah, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap round the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question. Bills are a reason to get upset, yes. Granted, I'd be like, she shouldn't have put her hands on him, but also, he shouldn't be treating her like a servant. Like, they both kind of like, they gotta both apologize to each other.
Take that!
What causes the most pain to any man? The answer, of course, is breaking one of your favorite plates. What am I going to eat my dinner off now, you cry, but no one hears your sorrow. That deduction was wanting in every way. I know, I'm sorry, I actually didn't mean to present it. I meant to just click on it. That was actually my fault. I meant to observe them. I done goofed. Let me go through all that again because I done goof. And there's also the book I want to look at. We're looking for a reason when Mr. Garadib felt betrayed. Whoa, wait a minute. I just noticed that's not a bookmark. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here. Look. Okay, he deserved it. I take it back. He deserved it. Mr. Garadib is clearly an avid reader. Wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Okay, well, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't be jumping to conclusions. But if it's right, then he deserves the slap. And look next to the signature here. Lip marks made with lipstick. What a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any idea, Susato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then. Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. Oh, she just slapped him in front of us. Woo! But I don't know the Bolly woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. I would hope you're not cheating on your wife, sir. That's pretty low. It was just in there, you say? That's right. That's what I've been... A likely story. Now listen here, Joan, old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at the second-hand place, and that note must already have been in there. So, the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right, that's what I've been... A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written in James. My name, in case you've forgotten, is John. A likely story. Are you questioning my name now? Ma'am, I don't think he actually did it. You can stop. And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with a most ferocious bite. Ugh. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast... Okay, here we go. Last one. Oh, wait. Right over there, on the right. That looks like a candle, no? I think that's a candle. It looks like a candle. I'm suspicious. So was it burnt? Okay, now she's like looking in that corner too. Does it quack like a candle? Honk. But surely Mrs. Garrett didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray that this room is in a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes's deduction that we need to fix. We need only to follow Mr. Garrett's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. Okay, so there's like a couple of things here I want to have a look at. This is an advertising handbill for the circus. Batty Circus. It's in a nearby park. Isn't this the same as the one we saw earlier? The one that was folded up in Mr. Garrett's pocket? Perhaps they're very great circus lovers? It couldn't be that the hungry lion has somehow evolved again here, could it? I hope not. So many cakes! Is that all you can think about? Well, look at them, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a mountain of them, and they all look so delicious. It's more of a tower than a mountain, I'd say. It's a mountain, and it's my hope that one day in our very homeland, I will be able to perform the tea ceremony at the foot of such a mountain. It's definitely a tower. Anything else around here? The Tower of Cakes, the carpet. The carpet here has been ripped to shreds. Yes, and according to Mr. Sholmes's deduction, the tears match those made by an Indian lion's teeth exactly. Look here. What is it? If you look closely at the edge, you can see scorch marks. Oh yes, so you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in the normal sense at all. Let's rethink this with that in mind. So is there anything else around here that I need to have a look at before I try to point that out? See, I'm trying to get a better look at the candle, but it's not letting me. Okay. This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. Oh, I didn't even notice that. It looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over. And that's where the missing handle goes. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing. I didn't notice that before. Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle of the 3 missing from its holder? So do I have to present exactly over the one that's missing?
Take that!
Yes. To explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed, they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Miss Garridib's mighty arm must have left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the... Oh my gosh. Man, she's got some force behind that arm, let me tell you. As someone lacking upper body strength. And in seconds, the carpet was alight and the whole corner of the room in flames. Yes, for the most ferocious beast in the world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you can see there is but one conclusion here. Wait, what's Snurtle? After the sparks of marital discourse flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Oh, he's standing up. Mr. Shum, sir, I salute you! Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Is he okay? Is he going into cardiac arrest? Okay, I think he's just unconscious. But is he breathing?
A body has been discovered!
No, I think he's okay.
After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin!
Thank you, Nightbot. No, look, he was fine. It was temporary. Maybe the blood just went to his head from the slap. I don't know. That's how that works, right? It's these dashed long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but to read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. Gosh darn it, Yang. Things are beginning to heat up. Badoosh. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material. For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly an apt... Here we go again. And the carpet? Was that destroyed by the fire when a candle fell on the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. Over here, Mr. Garrideb? Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me. Had all my favorite old novels in that
Link is
case.
hot. I gotta say, Link is hot.
Well, that bookcase certainly was hot. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Up in smoke. Gosh, all his favorite out-of-print manga. Then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? Ah, yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast rampage. Mr. Shom's deductions turned out to be correct once again. It can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you it was total carnage. Flames everywhere and the old stick in full fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see, around 5 o'clock, I think. So at exactly the same time, as the terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dash thing. Oh, really? Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. What can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garrideb's situation now, but what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew that the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were going to say that. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of two categories. Those relevant to the case, and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Ow! Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no! Is it that time already? If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Garrideb. Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. Soseki-san will be waiting for us, and I'm going to have to give him an answer. Ryunosuke, sir, it's not 1993. The Lion King doesn't exist. Susato, silly Naruhodo-san, it's Kimba the White Lion, first edition. Listen, Kimba slap. Jungle Emperor Leo slaps. It's my favorite from Osamu. Do not take the name of Jungle Emperor Leo in vain in this chat. Oh my gosh. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. I know. Let's hail a Oh. What's the matter? It looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garridip's house. What? Who? Oh. You are dressed interestingly.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale.
I don't know how to react to this.
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale.
That's the dust. I'm sorry. What? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Who are you calling an old man, you rum-looking anemone-piminy? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fella, eh? What are you on about? Excuse me? What the? Who are you now? I'm sorry. It just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. Eh? A lawyer? What? If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help you. I'm from Japan, but I've studied English law. Fine, I'll be on my way for today. But you mark my words. This ain't over yet. Get thee to a nunnery. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to ya? I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here in the Garridip residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode, Earl of Butts. There's a card. Yes, in the playing cards. Ah, my favorite, the deck of butts. Mr. Garridip mentioned that he had another ledger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a polemist in my battle of words ne'er could there be. Sorry, battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden, so good gentleman, I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well. I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us.
Aye. More passion. More passion.
I was like, that did sound very Shakespearean, didn't it? Ne'er thee well.
More footwork. More passion.
Shilliam Weekspare. Oh my gosh, please don't tell me he's an actual character in this, because I would start wheezing. It's kind of like how he's a character in the Romeo and Juliet anime, and I don't know why I lost it. At that point, it's a good anime. I just hecking lost it when I was like, why is Shakespeare here? With Soseki-san and that man as lodgers, the Garridip house is certainly full of eccentricities. Anyway, I'll go find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. Am I out of tea? I'm just about out of tea. Now I'm out of tea. Oh, it's you. You're here. You came. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched. We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would part with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never failing Nipponese. Oh, now, let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There's nothing more assuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand... Oh, jeez. It is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. It's you. The miserable, rotten spy. Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se, save observant, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. You? How dare you, Herlock Sholmes? I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I never should have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. I'm not trying. Look, I'm bad at accents. What do you want from me? Haunted by spirits and those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is be damned. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean? And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. For the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Mr. Natsume, what did you mean now by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please tell me. Surmise it. Succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands before the prosecution. Ever. Oh my goodness! Can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly! Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGill did. What? I am impressed, Miss Susato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes? Surely it can't be that, having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zeeks killed the man himself. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh yes! Why, of course he is. Of course he is? And why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Van Zeeks is quite an exceptional man, however, in London courts of law. Exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. That's good. So Seki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. You as no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system, whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion, in particular, is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. By such underhand means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury. Which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, as from time to time, my dear madam, it is simply the reality of the situation. And that's all right. However, those indicted by Lord Van Zeeks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my! Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. Disappear? But how? By all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever. Or perhaps attacked by a highwayman. Oh, no, no, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm dead. Dodo. Done for. Doomed. When you said cursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garridib's house, I assume?
Welcome to
Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed?
Where did it go?
He's a vampire. Listen, from posh to Florida, man. I don't think vampires can survive in Florida. It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain. But I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room. But even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road a week ago now. Yes. Why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money. It appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. Ah, yes, the best. That's how you know an Airbnb listing is good, when in the description all you read is cursed. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. But if not, don't mention it in the first place." Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean the room really is cursed then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole. Oh no. My sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really, no one at all? To believe, yes. To believe. I believe. Mr. Sholmes? Ah, me, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what else can I do for ya? It's about the case on the SS Burya, if you recall. The Burya. Ah, that case. The one with the snake? Well, yes. At that time, I was the suspect. But you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate.
More passion.
Clap if hands if you believe, chat.
More energy.
Tank, don't die! Don't let your light go out! Oh gosh. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is why? Why did you believe me? I see, yes. You mean because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fella found with the victim in a locked room? Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fella. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. Ilya! Hello! Thank you for the 30 months! The 2.5 years! Oh my gosh! You don't have to be so that long. Thank you! How's you doing? Oh my gosh, Ilya did miss the man. Hopefully he comes back. I hope she can see him. He's interesting. I don't want to give it away, but he's very interesting.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice,
are we gonna play this when he comes back?
We now turn to the Oratrice
Cardinal.
Judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
Another one bites the dust. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I am concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust the other is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Whether or not I can believe myself. He's the husband! A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Kazuma. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear. There's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume? If you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday, and although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in? The defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe, even. But I think I've finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else. To trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Believe in the heart of the cards. It's time to duel. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Miss Susato, yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Ow! Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. Don't hit the judicial assistant. Or technically I'm the lawyer. Don't hit the lawyer. The shocking events of yesterday's trial will still weigh heavily on my heart. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me. And Mr. Shomes believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. So Seki-san is no one. He's all alone, so it's my job to help him, to fight his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. Well, looks like we're starting the trial tonight, because we're not even like 3 hours uptime yet. Looks like we're going for it. Save current progress, and we're going in. Hold on, chat. Keep your hands and legs inside the oratory statement to release Cardinal at all times. Oh no, Lilia! Were you trying to make something? Well, I never expected this. Who would have thought we'd have... Really?
A body has been
Tylenos?
discovered! word.
Really?
After
For the
a certain
microwave?
amount of time,
Really?
which you may use however
It
you
just
like,
died.
the class trial will begin.
It just haven't you ever heard of time, man? Oh no, Ilya. Haven't you heard of too soon? Who would have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court proceedings here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yeah, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning. Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you all right? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. I've heard that expression, but I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Hello, welcome student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of some opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Miss Susato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zeeks? Is that right, Miss Susato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on front of every single one. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yeah, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? I had to turn on my oven to reheat dinner, and immediately after I went to start a timer on the microwave. I mean, to be fair, I do the same thing. I always forget the oven has a timer, and I don't know why. It's either the microwave or I turn on my phone. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. I think it's because my brain is like, you know, you can run the timer and heat up food in the oven at the same time, right? I think my brain is like, I can only do one or the other for some reason. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Mundane? Mundane? It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times, It is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I know, sadly, Ilya. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikotobo Esquires. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense? The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. See, with me, I feel like my phone is just attached to my hip most of the time, unless it's missing, but it's usually missing in the house, and I just forget where I put it, and that usually happens like 10 times a day. All right then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Kazuma, our beloved! I miss you, I miss your smile, and I still shed a tear every once in a while. Darn it, Miley Cyrus. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susato-san? After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted, and his unfortunate violent end. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Somebody's gotta toss him a pair of hearing aids. I don't think he can hear this trial. Very well. Let's just proceed. Yeah, wow. Two of those jurors looked a little familiar. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zeeks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Well, you know what they say. You mess with the teal, you get the seal. Just look at the sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Okay, she's not impartial. Can we get her out of here, please? Can I muzzle this woman, please? Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, didn't quite catch that, and this man hasn't done anything to piss me off, but it's just that he clearly can't even... I'm gonna have to repeat this whole trial. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollow chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the prosecutor in, please. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please surmise the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. Okay, she just sounds like a character from Clue. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. She was making her way downtown, walking fast, faces past, she was homebound. And I need you, and I miss you. Now I want to heat up some fish and chips in my microwave. Don't heat up fish and chips in the microwave, you heathen. They're better when they're fresh. It had not long since stopped snowing. Oh yeah, hold on, made that joke. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. Okay, she was found with a knife in her back and is currently in hospital, yet to regain consciousness. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch! That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scragged-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
If theft and grievance had been ruled out as a motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Dang, that was the whole bottle. It wasn't even a glass this time. It was a perfectly good bottle. Oh my gosh, what if that totally hit somebody back there? I'm waiting to hear my leg. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. Yeah, tell that to the person you probably just hit. You might have just put someone in a coma. Well, your words have soured its hollowed bouquet. Ow! It hit me, apparently. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. Yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take the photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat, denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, Forgive me, Lord Van Seeks, but the defendant is not denying everything as you put it. What are you doing, Miss Susato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. He didn't do it, but he accidentally came across the scene. And I'm gonna say, so far there is very little evidence just holding this up, if I'm gonna be real here. That's what I'm... They're literally just arresting him because he ran away from the scene of a crime, which, yeah, can look suspicious, but I'm not gonna go out of my way and say somebody did it. Like, seriously, are you telling me some people just probably wouldn't panic and run because, oh, they're gonna blame me just for being in the wrong place at the wrong time? I mean, that's what I would think. A green overcoat. Well, that's exactly what the woman in the print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? Television, and then the internet, and then feet pics. The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time. Just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. And I'm so sorry. Okay, so I should probably mention why feet pics came into my mind. So I was doing bird work, and I was coming up with a listing of copyrighted listings to send to the lawyer. And I was browsing. I think it was AliExpress, because oh my goodness, the amount of copyrighted art I found on there was atrocious. But I was searching for like birdism stuff, and like I just came across Garfield feet. I don't know why. It's been unfortunately in my head since then, and I kind of wish I had some like mind bleach, because I was like, I really want to see this. It's just been so... I'm not even kidding you, Tylenos. It was so... I was crying. It was either Temu or AliExpress, but I'm pretty sure it was AliExpress, because oh God, I wanted to cry. It was like, why is this here? What am I looking at? What is wrong with y'all? It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. I'm gonna be like, here's a listing. It isn't copyrighted under birdism, but can we take this down just for being a crime against humanity? Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Okay, so as I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from the bookshop, it seems. I mean, why do you say it seems? Do I just start pressing everything? Hold it! A light fog, you say? Well, light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Yes, well, it's nothing us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed. The other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Susato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. No, there's no reason to press that.
Hold it!
How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend. Because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct, ma'am. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call them to stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the light by gas street lights. The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. I mean, nobody truly conquered the darkness, except the one called Pajama Sam. Which means we really need to hear those witnesses' statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Out of the...
Hold it!
From behind, you say? That's right. As you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition, comatose no less. I'm afraid so, my lord. Yeah, she's been treated at Bots. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Ugh. The accused ran off, scattering all things over the floor. I mean, we are... no reason to really press that one. Number old assumption?
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis. Yeah, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly intention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest secondhand bookshop of the accused lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Mersham Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end, which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. Okay, that's gonna be important. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yeah, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being the bookshop's location, the bookshop's name, and the bookshop's stock. Well, in this case, it's, do we have it on the receipt? Can I look at the receipt? Am I not able to look at the receipt? Court record, please. Thank you. Can I look at this? Your books, different bookshop. Haha, hold it. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe. Oh, well, you know. I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? He was on his way home from Bourbon, but I'm stop you right there, and I'm presenting this receipt.
Objection!
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident, and the details and details the purchase of 3 secondhand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-E-R, I presume. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at the secondhand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another secondhand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased the musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here. If that might be of help. Yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books. I just realized Your Books. As soon as Sarah mentioned the spell, and I'm just saying it out loud, I'm like, oh wait, your, as in these are my books? I want to find this book. Can I purchase every copy of Wings of Fire in your whole book? I'll take 50 copies of Legend Starkstalker. Thank you very much. It may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My. It rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Meerschaum Street going east. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh, My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. Ugh, you put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from your books instead of bourbon books, there's no doubt he would still have passed the place. Why are we all assuming he was going north? He could have been going south. I'm just saying. He could have gone south and down and just straight across, like, if I'm making any sense. There's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Ugh. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What'd I say, eh? I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry. But would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but raise an objection or leave it. I mean, why wouldn't I raise an objection? I'm going to do that. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. See, that was the way I was talking about. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Maybe because his room doesn't have windows, and if the longer route gives me the option to breathe the fresh air a little longer, yeah, I'm gonna take it. Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't, in other words. The accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
But... Aha, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I've already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around the subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... Oh, let me guess, you heard that one. I object, the dude's glass is too classy for the court, Your Honor. What do you mean? This is nonsense for this case. It's not even that. He's got the fancy glass. I'm pretty sure that's actually fancy wine. That's me drinking fancy water. I don't see how that one direction is a long way. Right? It seems the same to me, no matter how you look at it. I think it's the same freaking distance. Hi, JT. What? Hor hor hor. Hor hor hor. Hor hor hor. So when are we getting the FNAF and Saw crossover? When are we getting that? Hi, JT. I just hear JT going har 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 outside the door now. I agree with Lord Van Zeeks. Wholeheartedly in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well, in that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
What?
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
How did you even hear any of this? We literally just started. We haven't even been in court for half an hour. It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. Did I make a mistake? To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo? No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Quarry not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense, written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncle's refusal to throw in his alley. Very well then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books, yes. Nice shop, that. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? That's impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue, I know, I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them, at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. They're not paying attention is the thing. They're jumping to conclusions. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke. You can do it. Okay, for pity's sake. Not that. Okay, if he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why it can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the house on his way back, not in winter. The poor woman, you said. Okay, nothing there. Nothing with him. See, I feel like this might be important that he's bringing up the bookshops.
Hold it!
Oh, sorry? Fold it, you say? Fold what? No. What I said was, hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. I'm having deja vu. Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. And before this is actually Ghostface. I really thought my number was up. He even said his number was up. That's the Ice 9 Kill song that's based on Scream. It's all coming together. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite all right. It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. Juror 6 needs to clean out his ears. Somebody pass the man a Q-tip. But I can't. Okay, I know everyone in chat's gonna yell at me. That's not how you clean your ears. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree. It's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's something. We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo. Cunningly. Yeah, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again carefully. And if any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other. Just don't hold back. Pit them all against one another. Okay. Okay, no. If he said that a woman was a killing green before, why would have been the victim? The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up? I've got work to be doing. I don't know who to pit against each other. Do I have to press another juror, maybe? I'm wondering if that's what I have to do. It's gotta be it. We aren't playing cards, so oh no, we're totally playing cards in court. And we're gambling. Pit JT against an egg. Okay, but Ilya's gotta give me an egg. We're out of eggs in the house. We have no bread and we have no eggs. For pity's sake, no. If he said that a woman in green collapsed, it would only been the victim. I think I can press them all. I don't think it's gonna hurt in this instance. The man would have gone around the house on his way from the book. I don't know. So the poor woman was attacked from behind. I've got work to be doing. Yeah, I'm just gonna start pressing all of them because I've got no idea. Press you first. Or second, technically. But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes. Why is all this true? But look, the cold doesn't bother some people. So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I've given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone to the Calabash roadway, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. A reason why Soseki-san must have taken the longer way home. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one. I don't think I have the living space as proof, though. I do not. Okay. Yeah, that's not alright. That's not gonna help. 37, why it could only have been the victim. Just start pressing.
Hold it!
You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. Well, let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. Same. I'm pretty sure I can't repeat it because this would not be a PG-13 stream if I repeated what was on my mind. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. Ugh. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. That went well, for her. Was she how dreadful? I mean, she was. I really don't care. I'm gonna just wrap this up. Yeah, what work you gotta do, bud? A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it needs. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Ah. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk it is. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence? That's right. Meerschaum Street, it was. Meerschaum Street? On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement. What's the point in that? Can't we just get to business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then. I'm wondering if I'm supposed to pit him with 6. Can I do that? I'm thinking I can do that. Oh. I'm wondering if that's it.
Objection.
These 2 statements clearly contradict each other.
Hold it!
I'm sorry, but as foreman of the jury, I have to object. That's complete nonsense. Well, he didn't bring up any... well... I'm a banker, don't forget. An educated man, and there's no contradiction as far as I can see. Well, he didn't bring up any labor being done, so I thought maybe... Okay. So... Alright. So it's somebody then I probably haven't pressed, is what I'm thinking. Have a good night, Rob. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, they were talking... You're right, Tylenose. I thought they were talking about the same street. They were talking about different streets, so that's on me. Wait. He said... Okay, wait a minute. Maybe that's why he went the different route if the work was being done. Oh, wait a minute. That might be it then.
Objection.
Those 2 statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel. Explain yourself. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. And on the same day, We now know that there were works being carried out on Mersham Street, making it impassable, which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Mersham Street and down Briar Road. Oh yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. Well, I suppose that must be right, yeah? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, but we see now that he had no choice. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I could say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see the trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Ha-ha! What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, all right then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely. That's exactly what we've got to do. Van Zieks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. Alright, so there's more to this. So you two are done. I already pressed you. That leaves to press 4 and 1.
Hold it!
Whatever is the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garadib, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room? The master's wife? Where did you get your idea, sir? I'm the maid, you understand. She's keeping up that charade. This is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That she'd been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right, although he's only been in a little over a week now. And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit such a crime like this? Oh my goodness me, yes! He's just the sort. What? Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks. And don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, but would you still love him if he were a worm? Anyway, I better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already. I mean, run out of things to press. I'm gonna start guessing at this rate. I think him slipping has to do something. It's gotta be. I'm gonna sip, but I feel like him slipping in front of the bookstore's gotta be important here. Okay. I'm gonna make sure that's tightly on first. Okay. I'm convinced it's important. In what way yet, I'm sure. But so you're through. I don't see how to pit you against anyone. You're done. So that leaves 1, 2, and I'm wondering if it's this one. Because it seems like 1 and 4 only have negative things to say about him, nothing actually important. I'm wondering.
Objection.
These two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. My, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, it had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are all aware of all this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection.
Can we really be sure of that, ma'am? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. She mistook him. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my! My goodness, you mean? That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. I'm sorry, you need a pee. Yeah, I need a bathroom break. Woo, Judge, can I have a bathroom pass? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. This guy is my new favorite, just random NPC. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road, where the woman was stabbed, was not on his way home. Oh my. You idiot old man. If you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the best styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but you'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well? Yo, we did it! Let's go! Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the noes 4, so the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Fireballs have been fireballed at 9th level. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection, only to crush it in disgust? Pray, forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks! It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Okay, sir, I'm gonna tell you right now. If you want the jury to be on your side, I think the last thing you want to do is insult their intelligence. That is how you don't get them to side with you. I know! He's wasting so much wine, it's making me sad. Like, don't. Like, that's good wine. It's not even past expiration. Don't. Stop. Whatever do you mean? Whining over wine? Okay, it's like that one. It's like that one line in The Beauty and the Beast, The Enchanted Christmas, where the wine glasses are like, it's not fair. And then Cogsworth is just like, wine glasses. And I'm like, okay, that is like, that was like really heckin' clever. I mean, I don't know why, I just thought of that. I just thought of that one line now.
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right. Took me the whole day as they paid me a measly 2pence for it. But you can feed the birds with that 2pence. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong. No. What? And did you, perchance, erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had the hope of passing anyway. We just turn away any gentlefolk back when they came. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Is that true, is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on the way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. And, old man... Old man, you can talk? You say that at around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I, can't say I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was the old man that the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. I know we did get far. Surprisingly, we didn't have a lot of distractions this time. The heck I'd ever cross a 2-meter gap. Like, same though. Like, my legs ain't springing that far. My joints ain't going that. My joints ain't like a slinky. Order! Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. Oh, I'm so mad. I'm so mad about the whole... His wife pretending to be a maid. I'm like, that's disgusting. My lord. If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not prefer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. Ugh. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. All right, no matter who Van Zeeks brings to the stand as his witness, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Right? It makes even less sense because he's carrying books. I wouldn't want to, like, drop my books in the snow. They're gonna get wet. Oh my gosh. She really left a mark on him. They don't exactly have a healthy marriage. No, they really don't. Between her being physical with him and between him caring more about appearances and his wife is not a... God, your wife is not your maid. Like, honestly, that just makes me want to scream so hecking badly. It drives me up the wall. Oh my gosh. Anyway. I need a sip. Give me 1 second. I'm a little thirsty. Okay. My throat feels a little funny, but that's probably just because the visual novels 2 days in a row. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Constable Ray B. Shaw. Sir? Nothing to report on the streets, sir. Ow! And I'm Miss Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say that I'm this young town's hero's wife. What's the story here? See, these two look like they actually have a healthy marriage, at least. Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. It is plain mean to do to anyone. Hardly surprising, married or not. I don't even care if it's just somebody down the street you just met. Don't do it. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days of our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check the meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our street lights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty.
Lie the f down and sleep.
He looks like he really does need to. He looks like he needs to sleepies. A constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. It looks like somebody put a mattress underneath him. I'm actually terrified. It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's death knell, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate bechancing, and on your wedding anniversary, too. Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed, however, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of the witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please. Oh, it absolutely is. Yes, my lord. Alright. I am not entirely sure where to go about this, so I'm gonna start pressing. Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work, which I don't see. This is where I'm going to start pressing from.
Hold it!
2 silhouettes? That's right. They were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yeah, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? Yeah, that's right. Of course there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street light as well. I don't see any other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, but... Oh gosh, they're so cute. Oh, really? They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. Y'all, stop being wholesome in court. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? They're patrolling. Oh my gosh. One of them just collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered something. Pressing. Scattered something? What do you mean by that? Oh well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at that time, but then we got closer. We realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? Oh, yeah, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, the culprit had dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Hold it!
I noticed it was the same scarf. Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without question, sir. Mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman in those terrifying intense eyes, but I don't believe them. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this ambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please continue. Yes, sir. We ran straight over, of course, and then went to help in impressing.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am a proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Yeah, that's right. I asked Mrs. B to go. I was off duty by that point. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beach. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia. You see, I told her where to find the police box. Yeah, for real. I mean, how do they let their officers work like this? They are ragged. How are they supposed to get any work done when they're this tired? Why are they like, why is there, like, why lighting street lamps and stuff? That should be like its own separate job. Like, that people get paid well to do. Like, I'm gonna, like, man, like, this is bad. This lack of sleep is actually so unhealthy. As somebody with insomnia. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on a crime's location. You see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. Oh, I had a feeling that it was a historical thing. There is nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two modeled citizens. That window tax still kind of grinds my gears. Oh, please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling? Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? Yeah, because Gregson's not nearly this tired. Pressing.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Right. I'm sorry, you're right, Gregsy. I made a mistake. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Huh. Yeah, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is! It is! When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yeah, alright. I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was this little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? Yeah, it was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yeah, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no, then what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here, what are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Oh, right. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in the statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Why do I always seem to be so up against it? Because it wouldn't be an easy trial otherwise. It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Two silhouettes appeared out of the fog in the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor and the other scattered something before running, which we do have. I feel like I need to go over everything that I have really quick. What do I have? The map. Nah. The receipt. The case file. The knife. I need to look at the photo. I mean, the books that are scattered. Young woman rendered unconscious. Olive green, female, early 20 payment. Reporting officer, victim remains unconscious. Other details are unknown apart from a single stab wound from the large knife. No other signs of injury. The assailant was seen running away. We're reporting one was successfully arrested. I actually really don't see. I didn't press the first statement, so I guess I can try pressing that. No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women and children and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling? What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir, yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. I mean, he's probably so tired after his shift, but he still wanted to do something for her. I mean, oh, come on, what am I supposed to say to that? Oh, what a charming couple! Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. I know, he's so exhausted. And then, kindly describe what happened next. Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Hi, Shadow! Thank you so much for the raid! How was stream tonight? Hello, Shadow Raiders. How are you doing tonight? Hello, Leia Light. Hello, Dolphin. Hello, guys. How are you doing? How was Raincode going? I love your Raincode streams. I need to get it at some point. Hello, Sierra. Welcome. Twista. Hello, how are you guys all doing tonight? It's going well. I need to catch up on it, but I am so glad to hear it's going well. Hello, everybody. Welcome, though. We are just doing a little Great Ace Attorney investigations. We are on Case 4, and we are trying to solve the murder of a woman who was stabbed in the back. She remains unconscious, but we are trying to prove our defendant is not Ghostface in this scenario. Okay, the chat plugin doesn't show raid messages. Oh, it's not showing. That is so weird. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Wolfpack. Follows are always anonymous in case you just would like to lurk and just hang out and put up your feet and enjoy the stream in the background. But that means a ton to me. Thank you. Yeah, we're trying to prove that our guy didn't do the stabbing. But these two are claiming they saw him do the stabbing, and he's a policeman on top of that. So we're caught in a conundrum right now. Tyler, thank you for letting me know that, though, by the way. I gotta see what's up with that. We were just transferring a lot of stuff, so there's some technical hiccups here and there. Fighting mystery phantoms is like saying objection. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. What? No. Oh, no, it's really not that... It's not that I think you're lying, but I kind of think you might be mistaken somewhere in your testimony. Oh yeah, I'm definitely watching it. I'm always excited for the Game Awards. I'm so excited. Flute Guy's back. Pedro. Gosh, every time I go back and watch last year's performance and the Xenoblade 3 section comes out now that I finished Xenoblade 3, I just start crying. I start sobbing all over. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything. Like... Oh, I know. Oh, what about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is? Ma'am, I'm just gonna say nobody's perfect. I gotta work it. Sometimes we're wrong. No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will. I think Rolly's too tired to really care. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Exactly. One of them is extremely tired, so I'm pretty sure it could have been super easy for him to make a mistake. I mean, when you're tired, that is literally what happens. I mean, and she's only human too. I mean, could have made a mistake. Do I think they're purposefully lying? I'm not really getting that feeling from them. Please tell him to go to sleep. But perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat. He's sleepy. He's EBs again, and Neebies, two sleepies. The missile is very tired. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? You know, he kind of looks like Olimar. I don't know why. Maybe it's the face. I could even tell you the name of the 4 books he dropped, so do I press this?
Hold it!
Oh, because we have the name of the books on the receipt. Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby secondhand bookshop on the day in question. After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. Ma'am, that's tampering with the evidence. That's tampering with the scene. Just because you're a policeman's wife doesn't mean you can do that. I am a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rolly. And what was your husband doing at the time? Oh, he was lying face down in the snow. That is how you get sick with like some kind of respiratory infection. Getting some well-deserved rest, but yes, but he should not be sleeping in the cold snow. He works ever so hard, you know. At least did you roll him over? Don't you, my darling? Okay, looking isn't tampering. When she said looking it over, I thought she meant she was like touching like the books and stuff. Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Mrs. Beach, seeing as you regaled the court with tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene? I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or other, and wait, what is it called? What's it? Yearnings. Then there was, a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely the thing mummy something, which I'm looking at the record right now, none of those are on this list. Nope. Nope. That is not exact. Not at all. You see? That is not good. I mean, those actually were probably the books, so actually really good memory, but wrong books. At least from what our client had. I had a brain fart there. Yeah, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory. Oh well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure. There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it. Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling? Oh my gosh, put that down. Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to. Now you're awake? Oh, nope, now he's back down. Terrifying. Yeah, she really is. So that's it, is it? That's their entire... No, it's not. Because I'm gonna stop them at the books. Because I have a receipt with my Starbucks coupon for a free cookie. Okay, was it... No. To the end. So right here. Present. I'm hoping I'm presenting at the right part.
Objection.
So, you're saying that there were 4 books. That's right. I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur somebody, what's it yearnings, a meal for someone, and the thing mummies something. I'm sorry, Miss Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no! What flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. Oh, I didn't even think of the number. I was just like, the names were different. What? This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. Your books? Yeah, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. Look, Tylenose, you know I'm bad at math. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3? But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there. I swear it, I saw them. No, madam. I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no. Oh no.
Objection!
What do you have to object? It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well a fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife, and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh! You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection.
But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. I think it's because people are probably scared to tell him that, Ilya. I wouldn't want to tell him that. I'd be afraid. I'd be afraid he's gonna suck my blood if I told him no. I'm still convinced he's a vampire. That print, you mean to say? Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe, The fourth book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No! To be fair, I didn't see that fourth book. I only saw the ones like on the like everywhere else. I did not see that book. I don't even know if it was actually in the picture before. There you see. I don't think I can check, can I? Hold on. Okay, yeah. It wasn't in this picture. I was just so curious. Mianosuke does not possess object permanence. Oh no. Oh my gosh. There, you see? You see? Look at that. Look. Yeah. It's just like I said. It's kind of like the object permanence of one of my cats when I go to the bathroom and I close the door and they're like, "Mother, where are you? I'm hungry." Isn't it, my darling? Steph! Hello, friend! How you doing? Thank you so much for the wait. How was stream tonight? Hello, Goofy Goobers. Welcome. How was Starfield? How is everyone doing? I hope everyone's doing well. Welcome to another Ace Attorney stream. We are trying to solve a stabbing and prove that our client is not Ghostface. But, we're having a bit of difficulty fighting this testimony from witnesses. One's a policeman, one's his wife, and something just kind of bit us in the butt. So it could be going better. I played CSGO, then tried some stuff in Starfield. Oh, nice! How are you enjoying Starfield? The plugin still isn't showing raiders for some reason. That's all. I'll try to fix it after stream. That is so weird. It is. Oh, I will. Oh gosh, it's because of fixing. Probably technical difficulties because of new stuff. Having to transfer stuff. I can't believe Shad is the author. I am a ghost. Tyler, no! When did you become a ghost? Yes, Patricia's always right, sir. Hey, for once it's not a murder case yet. Yet is the keyword, Chad. If she ends up, she's comatose now, but if she ends up dying, it's a murder. It was still not good, because what are her chances of coming out of the coma? Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur, what? I can't pronounce that. What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gabor. Oh, I am so sorry, I'm butchering these pronunciations. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, flawless, Patricia's flawless. But there are only get yourself somebody the way Rolly looks at Patricia. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. I know, I can't believe I didn't take French in high school. Shake my head. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. What is it, Ilya? I have it here as evidence. Wait. 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 Like the stoplights. I see the problem now, I think. Oh, you do? Okay, hold on. I don't see it yet. I'm really curious if you're right. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. The fourth book, The Lion's Pride. Wait a minute. That was Mr. Wait a minute. That was Garadib's favorite book that was supposedly burned in the fire. Wait a minute. That's not a coincidence. Oh, I just can't wait to be king. Da 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 da. I'm gonna be a mighty king, so enemies beware. Well, I've never seen a king or beast with quite so little hair. Okay, stop me. The prosecution rests. Mufasa. Mufasa. Darn it. I'm surrounded by idiots. I have nothing further to add. You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. A spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see? Everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. You guys are already married. Wait, I'm thinking of that one joke right now. Oh gosh, what is it? Ooh, you had a crush on me. We're married. That's what I'm thinking of. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to consider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nepalese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now? Saving. Saving, because, that felt very ominous. Okay. Good heckin' question. Normally I would raise an objection, but now he's making me... Ryunosuke's making me doing a double take? But I feel like if I don't raise an objection here, we're kind of screwed. I feel like if we don't, we're definitely screwed. If we raise an objection, maybe, but not guaranteed. I know, that's exactly what I'm thinking. You know, it's my brain. It's, you know, when you're taking a test and you know you circled the right answer, but your brain is also like, but wait, what if it's this? You know, that's, you're about to go take it up to the teacher, but then you walk back to your desk because you're thinking, you know, that's what my brain is doing.
Objection.
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend. It's over. The last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... In this game, it hasn't happened, I believe. In different games, it has happened in certain cases. I can't think of what to say. Like, without spoilers. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh. Don't you throw words at Susato? I will perform a Susato takedown on you. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo? One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Miss Susato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof that we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. As a short person. Rude. So, we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yeah, I understand. And thank you, Miss Susato. See, my brain is the opposite. My brain has so much anxiety that I'm just like, oh gosh, what if I'm wrong? What if I just like told myself this is the right answer, but I'm completely wrong? This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. The evidence that apparently offers profound insight into this case and has hitherto and is hitherto. I'm probably not saying that right. Has been overlooked. Okay, I'm probably definitely not saying that right, but still, we just got it. So oops, I accidentally.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book, found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid counsel must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in the question contained a... Is it not that? So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Okay, no, it still is the book. Yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you must very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case which this fourth book conceals? Is it gonna be the hecking burns back here?
Got it!
I would ask that the court to observe that was the book that was burned. And, blah, blah, blah. I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burned to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh. Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day, pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Counsel. Explain this theory. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage the sorry tome has suffered? Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth. About the book's owner. It is not Maya Fey! I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand is yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, I know exactly who. Ba-bam!
Take that!
Pearl is not involved either. The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garridib. The landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garridib herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken. No, you can't lie your way out of this, ma'am. You're under oath. I'm not Mr. Garridib's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garridib's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused's landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garridib's house. Good Lord, what sort of incident, Counsel? A fire, my lord. Flashback! That was right. So now, gotta ask, how the heck did Olive Green manage to get that book? He said it was completely decimated. It was his most prized possession, and it went up in flames. Clearly it didn't. Only the back was singed. The Lion's Pride? By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate. Oh dear me.
Objection!
This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. No, I'm saying that he lied. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrideb was considerably angered. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love, can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Aww. Duh. Yeah, no, he clearly said it was burnt to a crisp. Marital Discord, is that the social media app? Is not Discord. Oh my gosh. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Good gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime? Damn. I thought he was just lying. I didn't even think about it being thrown out the window.
Objection.
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted at the very beginning of the incident, and there is no report of the Garrideb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrideb household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at time and... Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season, and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrideb's wife? Thankfully, the house wasn't on fire. It just looks like it was the corner. I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. Oh good, this might be a good stopping point because it is almost 1 a.m. Oh, she's upset. Well, I hope that everyone can see what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight. I'm sorry, ma'am. Ma'am, you not only slapped your husband, yes, you broke a bunch of silverware, and you set a corner of your house on fire, and you call that little? Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you, that was never my intention. Drag an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. Why did you just slap him? I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here listening to this Nipponese shouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry? What's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks? In truth, my lord, I feel... Okay, hold on a second. How far are we? It's what, 12:55? Okay. In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always expect patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... If books are your predilection, I can't talk, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time? Foot. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty.
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 Again?
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Not guilty. That book is highly sus. Are you
A body has been discovered.
Thank you.
After a certain
for
amount
that
of time, which you
unambiguous
may use
response.
however you like, the class trial will begin.
That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Miss Susato? Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting? Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jury to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asks to exercise the right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Okay. This is where we're calling it. Holy heck. It is 1 a.m. I need to let my other half sleep. I know, right? It was hecking good timing. So thank you guys so much for stopping in tonight. I hope you are enjoying the case. I know so many of us neebies to sleepies right now. So please, if you gotta sleep, I know it is 1 a.m. Please go sleep. I am gonna be sending us off on a little raid if anyone would like to stick around for that. But thanks so much to Shadow and Stealth for the raids again. I super appreciate you, my friends. Oh my goodness, excuse me. I will be back. We will be back tomorrow night. We'll probably go back to Hatofu Boyfriend DLC Holiday Star. And try to, and if we finish that early, maybe we'll do some side stories in Genshin. We still gotta finish New Violette's story, and Ridesley. So we got some story stuff that we still need to get through. No stream Thursday because it is the Game Awards, so I could potentially do another Ace Attorney stream on Friday if we would like, because I really want to finish this case. We got a lot done tonight, surprisingly. Holy heck. I did not realize I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. That is really hecking long. But I did need to make up for missing a lot of streams last week, so I hope that kind of does it. Kind of playing catch up with Ace Attorney. But let us go see. Let us see what friend is live right now that we can go hit up for the raids. But there's the socials. For anybody who would like them, you never have to check them out, but they are there if you would like. I know how to spell because my brain did the thing again. Oh my goodness gracious, let me see who is live right now. And I forgot to link the TikTok, but there's the TikTok if you like the Twitch clips. And I am checking to see who is currently live right now. So pulling that up. Twitch. Thank you. Okay. Back to Twitch. Here's the list. Here's the good old trusty list. We have Show. We have a couple of friends who are live. Let us, would you guys like to, go hang out, for some Dreamlight Valley, because like I said, update was today. Update, and then the DLC dropped, which, oh my gosh, I don't have the funds for it, but I want the DLC. It looks so heckin' good, and it comes with a whole new area, and I'm crying, it looks so good. But the update includes Jackson, your village now. That's actually what I'm gonna be doing before bed. Maybe. I should check. Yeah, I actually do want to work on the new Star Path because it's got a whole bunch of nice winter items. It looks fantastic. I love them. They're cute. Yeah, I like cozy Disney before bed. So there is gonna be a raid message. And yeah, we'll go hang out. We'll go hang out with Ladybird and just have a cozy time. With some Disney. But I love you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out tonight. I hope you enjoyed the Ace Attorney stream. Thank you so much for staying up. I'm sorry it's so hecking late. But I appreciate you all immensely for being here and sticking around, even if it's just for 5 minutes or the whole stream. I really appreciate you guys. You are amazing. You're amazing. You're awesome. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. But I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your night. I hope you have a good day tomorrow. Stay hydrated. I hope you have good dreams. Yeah, hype. I'm hyped for the Game Awards this Thursday. Yeah, it's almost here, guys. Get super excited. I'll be back tomorrow with more burb shenanigans. And I will see you guys then. And make sure you are following Shadow and Stealth for the quality content. And I love you guys. Thank you so much for all the support and being here. And I'm gonna send you off to Ladybird and go show all your love and support there too as well. I don't know, what's your favorite Lion King song? I just got Lion King stuck in my head now. Alright guys, have a good night. I love you all. Bye-bye!